Welcome to Bristol, everybody. A super Saturday at the darts, Hanger 61. And what an opener we've got. It would make and would grace a last 16, would grace a quarter-final, a semi-final. Because the ever-improving Drake Porter is in action against the already established Freddie Windmill, semi-finalist on the previous weekend of 4 fixtures. Can he build on that and go one step further, if not 2? We're about to find out, because we've got our opening match of what's going to be a cracking day of action. And we've got Sunday to come, everybody. The formalities are almost over. It's event 13 of the JDC Advanced Tour. And what a Friday night we had, folks. The fist pump and the bullseye off. Middle for diddle, in fact. Best of luck, gents. We're underway. Myself and Chris Mason talked about growth spurts last night. And again, this is all just jibber jabber. But Drake Porter's certainly had a little growth spurt, hasn't he? But he's also improved his darts so much, I feel, over the last 6 months. Very pleasing on the eye. His standards improving. It's been a real pleasure to watch on the live stream. I just hope I haven't commentators cursed him, because we're in for a cracker here, because Freddie Windmill is also a cracking Arrowsmith. And when the usual Saturday morning gremlins figure themselves out with a scoreboard, we will be up to speed, everybody. But it was a semi-final performance from Freddie Windmill of event number 9, I think it was. I think it was, again, the first event of the weekend. So it'll be interesting to see if that's his strong point, coming out the traps early. And we talk about, there's no gimmies in this game, is there? Around a 64 match, and the standard is so high, isn't it? It looks like I'm going to have to go on Darts Connect here to get us up to speed. Give us a second, folks. Live darts here in Bristol. And Army takes a leg or two before the gremlins go undercover. And Robbie Long works his magic. As we say, the penultimate weekend, we've got 4 events over the course of the weekend. And then we've got our final 4 events to conclude matters. And if it's anything like last year, where we had Ryan Branley run away with things before Turgle, our good friend from Mongolia, the Ulaanbaatar superstar, didn't go on and run towards the end. Are we going to be in for one of those fascinating climaxes It's not necessarily about who's top because obviously we've got a certain superstar in Wee Sox, Mitchell Lorry, who's won 6 out of 12 events. But the players who still remain in contention for the top 32, the players that are looking for England spots, it's going to be a fascinating last 8 events. I'll keep you up to speed what's going on around the grounds, as they say. As my Darts Connect is loading up here. Alfie Cook against Jack Johnson, 2-1 to Jackie Boy. Christian Anderson is 2-0 up against fellow JPL star Lex Passhauser. We're concentrating on the match in hand. Two 0 to Drake Porter. And a ton away. We're up to speed, everybody. It shouldn't take long before Robbie Long, our technical director, as well as tournament director, man of many talents. So 299 for Drake Porter, and Freddie Windmill is under the cosh with a 59 and 31. But as I said last night in regards to Lex Passhauser, who's 3-1 down in his JPL match, and you wouldn't be able to differentiate whether he was 3-1 up or 3-1 down, and that is the across the board on our 64 players on the Advanced Tour. It really is a compliment to all of our players how good their temperament is and how good their poker face. They just don't give nothing away. It really is a good strength, isn't it? And we know that Freddie Windmill has got gears to go through, but he's going to have to go some because I say the informed Drake Porter has been very pleasing on the eye over the past few weekends. He certainly has caught the eye in his progression. Always been a talented operator, but I've just seen a level that's increased, it's improved. And 3-0 up with a 140 away. '21st on the Order of Merit is Freddie Windmill. Drake Porter down in 35th. You wouldn't believe it, would you? The talent on display, the strength in depth. And we're up to speed, everybody. Robbie Long to the rescue once again. A cap tip to Roberto. And there we have it. With a blink of an eye, Drake Porter has whitewashed Freddie Windmill. We said he's pleasing on the eye recently, and he's just taken out one of the informed players on the tour. Congratulations to Drake Porter, and we certainly know Frederick Windmill will be back. And he's got a deep run in him as the weekend develops. Stay with us, folks. We've got another round of 64 match coming right up now that the Gremlins have eradicated. Back the action, folks, in a quick fire match in store here. We've got Owen Bryceland taking on Reggie Wooland. And on paper, you might think that the Renfrew Massive could run away with things, but we all know that Reggie Wooland has got a game in his armory, and he's providing just that right now, isn't he? 12 darts gone, tops remaining, and he's thrown it right at the inform Owen Bryceland. But what a talent Owen Bryceland is, by the way. What a performance last night against tabletop and Archie South in the JPL. Wants the ball. Reggie back for double five. So after a very polished leg in scoring, Bryson picks his pocket and it's an early break. And if you're Reggie, you've just got to take the positives from that scoring leg You've got a very fluent match in hand. And he looks very relaxed, as if he's got nothing to lose. And he follows a 140 with a 180 after missing doubles. As we say, the temperament of our youngsters, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And again, the support that all of our players give each other, the respect. I love that, Owen. That was fantastic, that. Joint top of the Junior Power League alongside Mitchell Laurie and Archie Self. And for the players that are not featuring on the Friday night, they've got nothing to lose. They're there to be shot at. But a real positive display here from Reggie. And what could have been a 4 and 5 visit leg. He's got to take care of his work here if he's going to remain active in this match, you feel. And a tricky double 9, isn't it? And Bryceland's back for double 9. He's got 2 lovely markers inside. So back comes Reggie. Drama here in Bristol. Hanger 61. I'm hanging on to the edge of my seat here. And somehow Owen Bryceland has doubled his advantage. We look at the table and we see winners waiting to happen. And Owen Bryceland's certainly one of those. We mentioned Drake Porter, how he's developed in our opening match, and most certainly a year or two down the line, if not now, he's ready for a quarter-final, semi-final. But Owen Bryceland, how talented is he? And go on, Reggie, my son, you are absolutely doing fantastic. What a pleasing on the eye match this is for us neutralies. A proper game of darts, folks, here in Bristol. We're live on YouTube. Event 13 and 14 today, of course, and then we've got 11 o'clock tomorrow, all the way through to the conclusion around about 4 o'clock. We'll be done just in time for the FA Cup final tonight. But Owen Bryceland, talk about taking the game by the scruff of the neck. We talk about development and we talk about growth spurts. And Owen Bryceland, me and Chris Mason talked about it last night. We've talked about it in previous weeks. A lot of shoulder involved with Owen, but you know what it is? It works for him, doesn't it? It absolutely works for him. It's a lot less now that he's developing in terms of height. He's not quite up to the Mitchell Laurie stature. But what are they feeding him up in Renfrew? What a visit. And talk about turning the screw as you look to seal the deal for yet another whitewash. And who would have thought that, looking at the first couple of legs? Reggie chucking a 75 average, and if it wasn't for his missed doubles, we'd be averaging in the high 80s, if not early 90s. But Owen's just gone about his work, hasn't he? It hasn't phased him. And here we go, double 16 to wrap things up. There we go, a 4-0 win. And Owen Bryceland has secured that. Reggie Wooland played unbelievably well in defeat, but it's Owen Bryceland who's going to be difficult to stop, not just in this event, but over the course of the weekend. He's certainly one of the front runners. Stay with us, folks. We've got another round of 64 match coming right up. Quick fire action, of course, here in Bristol. Our third round of 64 match, and we've got Luke Cox in action. One of the Farringdon Massive, who takes on Toby Clemens, who's establishing himself as one of the front runners in every event that he plays. I said that about Freddie Windmill, and I hope I haven't done a commentator's curse on Toby, because he certainly is one of the players that features at the back end, the business end of events. But in Luke Cox, he's got a player that has a lot of talent. Sit back and enjoy this one. It's a best of 7. We're underway. Luke, who's 53rd on the order of merit. I mean, 9 darts played and on 180. Leaves himself in double digits after 12. Despite that slip. 6 darts if required. Goes the traditional route. Tobia's 27th coming into the weekend of events. Two 16s. Off the mark, an impressive style. And if you're looking for an opening leg, that's what you want, isn't it? Take the double out with the first dart. 6 darts in hand due to his power scoring. And how will Luke respond? Because again, on the flip side, if you're Luke Cox, you've lost the opening leg. It's a best of 7. Yes, it's not a sprint, but it's also not a marathon. Just hold you through on the second leg. Feeling your way into the match, but it's going to be difficult to do when you've got Toby Clemens breathing down your neck. But so far, so good for Luke Cox because 9 darts gone, 2-2-8. He's put himself in a position to basically say throw 15 dart at mate, or if not, we're going to be ones apiece. Great attempt. But as we say that, Toby's just in the position to do that 15 darter. He wants 2 16s once again. So close. So for a level game in what's been an ultra impressive match so far, 2 10s. Toby to double his advantage. Does just that. But it's been a very honest display so far from Luke, and he's just got to keep digging in and wait for his opportunity. A real quality second leg that was, wasn't it? And Clemens granite in doubling his advantage. And when you think doubling his advantage, you think, is he going to ease off the pressure? Not a prayer. Kaya Baysal's just gone through against local hero Corey Wilshire. Kyle Davidson's 3-2 up against Harry Childs. Oliver Haffen, one of the Northeast Massive, is just getting underway against Oscar Saxon, who's doing rather well. Been impressed with Oscar so far on the tour. And Charlie Greensmith, another one catching the eye. 2-1 up against Aaron Derrida, who started off so well on the tour, and certainly more to come from the Belgian. Tops for 3-0. There it goes, first start. And could we be looking at yet another 4-0 whitewash? Because the way the legs have gone, you would never have imagined it, would you? Not saying that this game's going to go down that route, but there's been some ultra competitive, high standard legs from the player that's been on the receiving end of a whitewash. And this is an opportunity for Luke to get his feet under the table, as we say. He's played fantastically well, and he's in prime position in leg number 4. As we say, goals as they go in around the grounds. Jack Hartney's through 4-2 against Quinn Ball. Jack Marshall's a 4-0 winner over Ethan Baines. Christian Ennis, a 4-1 win over Lex Passhauser. Jack Nankovic is through a deep run on event number 9, the opening tournament of the weekend on our last bank, and he's off the mark. Junior Howard also went well at the last weekend. Very consistent darts from him. He's through 4-1 against Ethan Howden. Mitchell Lowry through 4-0 with only 109 average. A cap tip to Wee Sox on that performance. I'll be forever lifting me berry. And as we say, if you're Luke Cox, you've played fantastically well. It's just about one visit at a time, as they say. The Rolls Royce action of Toby Clemens. Averaging 84 and change and making it look simple. That's why I'm hiding behind the microphone. It really is a pleasure to watch these youngsters, isn't it? Two 16s. There we go. Done and dusted. Or is it? Clearly not. Still in the hunt. A very important 95 there as Toby comes back to this time execute the 16. My eyes deceive me. This time it counts. The all-important third dart, an 80.97 average and a 4-1 victory over Luke Cox. Toby Clemens is another one who's in the hunt for the title of event number 13. He's going to be difficult to stop. Stay with us, folks. We've either got one more round of 64 match or we've got a round of 32 match coming right up. Stay with us. Back the action, folks, and another first round encounter that has talent written all over it. Jake Hobbs was very much at the forefront of the latter stages of a lot of events. He's taken out some big names. He's also pulled rank in matches that you'd expect him to win or you'd fancy him to win with some big performances. Alfie Mill was an opponent who most certainly is capable on his day. Heard a lot of good things from Mace the Ace. Sit back and enjoy this one again. It's a best of 7. And they're under starters orders and they're off. We talk about Rolls Royce actions and basically throws that'll hold its own under immense pressure on clutch moment opportunities. And Jacobs has certainly got that, hasn't he? And again, we talk about the schedule, the planning, the commitments from not just the players, but family members, the sacrifices that go on, exams that are going on at the time for a lot of our players. So many permutations, isn't there, that not make or break a player, but certainly that can have an effect on players. And these youngsters just take everything in the stride, don't they? In that possible break. Hold even. That's going to be under pressure because it's a brilliant setup for Malfi. Pens is working nicely. And despite Alfie Miller's brilliant setup, it's Jake who's one step ahead in terms of the scoring. But it was a holder throw. How will Alfie respond? We're about to find out. Seen Jake do ever so well on the ADC tour, championship tour down in Broadmoor Farm. Looks very much at ease on the big stage, on the live stream. We've also seen Alfie do rather well as well, so a lot of positives moving forward from both players, isn't there? So Jake wrestled the advantage of throw away from his opponent, and he's in the red bit again. Now, in my couple of years of doing the JDC Advanced Tour, we've talked about so many last leg deciders, whether it be players that are 32nd, 31st in the rankings against someone who's top or second, and we talk about the strength in depth. Surely we can't see 4 whitewashers. Alfie Moore has certainly got a lot to say about that. We saw a couple of whitewashers in the JPL last night. Bryceland beating Archie Self. And who would have thought that? Last year's beaten JPL finalist and Advanced Tour JDC #1 in Turgle Kurelku, losing 5-0 to Mitchell Lorry. Mitchell can do that to anyone, of course, and as can Owen, but a chance for 2-0. Madhouse. There it goes. It's a breaker throw, but it's going to take a double break if Alfie Moore is going to progress to the round of 32. As we say, keep you posted around the around the boards, around the grounds. Liam Cook with an 81.98 average against Alfie O'Flynn Rogers. 4-1 victory from him. Impressed with what I've seen of Liam Cook over the course of the tour this year. Jackie Boy did get over the winning line. He was 2-0 up against Alfie Cook. He won with an 82.2 average, a 4-3 win against the inform Kooks. Well, one half of the Kooks. Congratulations to Lewis Cook, who won last night. He won event number 9 and certainly one of the front runners coming into this weekend. You say that about so many players, don't you? It really is a fascinating tour and a fascinating tournament, every one that we come across. And what a response it's been from Alfie Moore. Great last start, wasn't it? And after 15 darts, he's carved open an opportunity for 2 18s to half the deficit. 2 9s. You feel it's got to go with his opponent on 96. Feathers it in nicely. What an adjustment that was. And again, that is a sign of a player that has done hours and hours of practice. But with the experience of Jake, he'll just go about his work, won't he? He's got that advantage. We're back on throw, but he knows that if he just throws it out from here, serves it out, he will be in the round of 32. But he's got to survive a turn of foot from Alfie Moore. It's a brilliant performance, isn't it? From 2-0 down, he really is digging in deep. Very little to separate them in the scoreline, very little to separate them in the averages. And a brilliant treble 19 there to conclude the visit. 78 again after 15 darts. He's going to have first pop at a double. Tops required. Brilliant take and an 18 dart holder throw. We have parity in this match from 2-0 down. He really has dug in deep, hasn't he? So impressed with Alfimo's response, but when his back's against the wall, Jake Hobbs generally responds. You feel like Jake's been a bit reactive rather than proactive in terms of he's playing the player rather than playing his own game. And that's not a... It's just an observation of the first 4 legs. He's seen his opponent raise his game. Will Jake respond? Because Alfie most certainly is in the groove. And from a couple of 4 zippers, 3 in fact, a tray of those, and we've got our first close contest, and what a match we have. And we're only halfway through it, folks. Bring out the popcorn. It's certainly got a sweet taste in my mouth, not a salty one. Said sweet tooth Redden. Two 0 down, 3-2 up. With the darts in leg number 6. What a turnaround this has been. And in the red bit, we talk about temperament, we talk about guts. And Alfimo has got that in abundance. Still with the advantage of throw and really turning on the screw. Look like a maximum. A 1, 2, 3 will do nicely though. And for Jake Hobbs, I don't know. I don't think he knows what's hit him in terms of the turnaround in this match from his opponent, because Jake has done very little wrong, has he? It's just been a matter of timing. I don't think he's took the eye off the ball one little bit. I just think Alfie's really, really improved his level, because it's a 76, but from where we started, that's probably up in the mid to high 80s. And we know Jake can operate that 24 hours a day. But it's all about doing it on the day, isn't it? And for the match, he sat on tops. If the bullseye's not secured, great attempt, wasn't it? Oh, that was so close. And Alfie Moore to wrap things up. Two tens. Back comes Jake. And the 1-2-6 was mightily unlucky. How's your 25s? Is he going 1 double 12 or is he going 9 double 8? To take us the distance and have the advantage of throw in the decider. 2 8s required. The second dart wasn't much of a guide, was it? Back comes Alfie for double 10 to wrap things up. That's a guide. We've seen it a few times recently on our live streams. Becquerel had done it. Drama here in Bristol. And there we go. 2-0 down and a 4-2 victory for the impressive Alfie Moore. He progresses to the round of 32. We're about to see our very first round of 32 match. We've had 4 thrillers so far here in Bristol, Hangar 61, bringing out the best of our players. Stay with us, folks. We've got a match coming up. Second round action. Stay with us. middle for diddle, as they say. And this match, in what is a round of 32 match, would certainly grace many a final. We've got Archie Self, who was table topping in the Junior Power League up until last night. 3 wins from 4 overall, which is certainly very creditable for the in-form lefty against Kaya Baysal, a well master, and who was sat third in the table coming into this weekend. To in-form operators, the format remains a best of 7. And if we were right to the tournament director, Robbie Long, we would say, can we please transfer this to a World Match Play format or a Grand Slam of Darts latter stage format? The pair are yet to meet in the Junior Power League, but this is all about the Advanced Tour. Archie Self, who beat Kaya 6-1 in one of the earlier events. Kaya, of course, has got one under his belt, but has also reached latter stages. And as he mentioned, he always fancies himself for a quarter-final, semi-final, final every time he rocks up. And that's the self-belief that Kaya's now got. But we know with Archie, he's playing that many darts at the minute, and the standard winning ADC event as Kaya takes the opening leg. A 16 dart hole to throw. Archie, how will he respond? As we say around the grounds, we'll hit the refresh button on my dinosaur of a laptop. We'll see if there's any eye-catching scorelines. Jack Nankov is through to the round of 16 with a 4-0 win over Reese Butler. And we could potentially have a 9 darter, folks. Over to you, Kaya. Forget around the grounds. We are here at Hangar 61 and we almost had a 9 darter. We've had so many 7s. We've had players that are doing it in practice in Lewis Cook. It's only a matter of time, isn't it, where we get one on the live stream. Mitchell Laurie, of course, hit one. A couple of weekends ago. To double his advantage. And he was unlucky, wasn't he? And that was, I felt, a pivotal point of the match last night when he hit the treble 16 and went inside the 6s and inside the 12s and missed the 6s. It's splitting hairs, but that was an opportunity that you've got to take against Archie Self. But back comes Kaya to double his advantage again. And what I like about Kaya with his doubles, when he's got 3 in hand, he very rarely gets the second or third dart, doesn't he? He wraps things up rather eloquently. And he really means business here, doesn't he? Archie averaging 91 and change, and he's 2-0 down. Kaya, 106.5. Have a bit of pasty. On Bryceland's 3-0 up against Kyle Davison. Ben Townley has just advanced against Kurelku. Ben, of course, got over the winning line for his first win on the Advanced Tour. A player in real fine form right now, and what a gentleman and a squire he is. Alfie Armitage has just level matters against Mitchell Lorry. The accurate Nat Arrowsmith, keeping Wee Sox honest in the round of 32. But again, still averaging a ton, 2-0 up and requiring 32 with his opponent on the big fish. If you're Kaya Baysal, everything's running rather swimmingly right now, but it's an opportunity he's carved out through a brilliant, rock-solid performance so far. 2-8 lands with the second dart. The commentator curse goes with the first dart, but second dart will do. One away from a place in the round of 16. And as we say, Archie Self, despite last night's loss, despite the scoreline so far, as he rattles in a 180 to show his granite, dogged determination. We know Archie Self when it comes to the Modus next weekend, when it comes to any event that's coming up, including this one right now, it's going to take a performance to beat him. And Kaya Baysal so far is doing just that. But Archie Self can turn a 3-0 scoreline round to threes apiece / 4-3 in a matter of moments. Better marker. Finds the adjustment perfectly. And we're off the mark if you're Team Archie. And if you're Kaya, that leg was done and dusted a while ago, and a real professional opening visit there from the Burnley Maestro. The back-to-back 140s, absolute quality darts from our World Master. It's basically saying, Archie, you're going to have to throw 12 darter to stay in the game. So what does Archie do? Matches strides, 2-2-1 after 2 visits for both players. This is the JDC Advanced Tour at its finest, right here, right now. And here we go again. Back-to-back 180s. What a match we've got. Tops for 3-2. Back on throw we go. An 11 dart breaker throw. Archie Self, fantastic darts. Kaya hot on his heels. Back-to-back 140s, but 2 180s from Archie Self. And he's away with a 2 treble visit. This is a match that I certainly do not want to end. We talk about contrasting styles and how both players feed off each other, the respect that both players have got for each other. However, it's all business-like here, isn't it? But from 3-0 down, Archie never gave up one little bit, did he? But it's going to require a treble at least here. And now we look at 6 darts from Kaya to see the job out 4-2. And what's been a brilliant display, still averaging a ton. Board management on the 128. Brilliant setup to leave tops. Even Archie self can't finish on 199. But he certainly put food for thought there for Kaya to leave 59. Wasn't bothered about leaving the 99. He basically said, I'm hitting the 140. Kaya for the match to end an epic. 2 10s. Lovely marker. Finds the marker very well. What a performance from both players. Our Junior Power League stars. But it's Kaya Baysal who advances to the round of 16. Archie Self will be back, of course, but it's Kaya Baysal that's going to take some stopping on this display. A 97.62 average and a 4-2 win over the inform Archie Self. Stay with us, folks. We've got another match coming right up. Back underway for our second round action. And the ultra-talented Lennon Wharf takes on one of Belgium's top strings in Robbie Vanderin. Robbie, who's played well in success and defeat on the stream so far. And it's our first look at Lennon. Despite all the hype, despite all of the talk about Lennon, it's nice to see him get a bit of a run over the last few events and over the last few weekends. We know he's got talent and he's bringing it to fruition in front of our very eyes. Best of luck, gents. It's a race to 4 once again. Until we get the semi-finals, a race to 5, and our final is a first to 6, remember. We look at the Advanced Tour table, and the Belgian ace is 46th. And Lennon, who's 50th. Regular chats with Lennon's dad, who was an absolute gentleman. And how Lennon got the opportunity by being the lead player on the qualifying school, and then took that opportunity by the scruff of the neck, and he's been ever present since, and 50th in the order of merit. The sponsors are queuing up for him, and congratulations to Bolton Wanderers in reaching the final of the playoffs. I know is close to both the hearts of father and son. I don't think there's many Belgians that know much about Bolton Wanderers, so I'm clearly talking about Lennon. You never know. So for a place in the last 16, very pleasing on the eyes, Lennon's action, isn't it? Robbie's got the height, he's got the stature, he's got a bit of a Rolls Royce action going on himself. Great adjustment on the 19s. Arthur Alston's threatening the top 10, isn't he? He's 2-0 up against Alfie Moore, who we saw come back from 2-0 down now at earlier stream. Lewis Cook's 1-0 up against Ben Townley. Two banging form players there. And Taylor James Harden, 3-1 up against Oscar Rumsey. Taylor did say he was going to win today. Amongst the lads, and as I was passing into the commentary box, he said he probably thinks I'm around the wheel. Not a doubt, he's got so much talent. He's one of many players that could go all the way today. So still with the advantage of throw is Robbie to level things up. But a box office checkout will double his advantage here. Oh, I was about to say still a possibility, but that's really unlucky, as the Belgian will be back for 64. Double 16. This time a more manageable checkout to double his advantage. 2 10s. Felt that was a bit rushed there, and Robbie will be back. A relieved Robbie. The keeper's on throw. And there we go. Levenshulme Devils, Lennon with the advantage of throw in leg number 3. Battle of the Jacks. It's Jackie Boy who leads Jumping Jack 2-0. In 88 average so far from Jack Johnson and our battle of the JPL Stars. Charlie Greensmith's getting underway against Kaya Baysal. We said Lewis Cook's played a lot of darts and winning a lot of matches lately. 3-0 up against Ben Townley. Two absolute cracking yawns. Are playing out the skin right now. We said Toby Clemens is going to take some stopping. Well, he's only got Mitchell Lowry coming up. So it'll be a real acid test for Toby. Mitchell who averaged 109, was it, in his first round match? Followed up with a 89 against Alfie Armitage. We did say Alfie leveled things up at 1-1. Mitchell put on the afterburners and won 4-1. Brilliant first start. 2 9s. Really unlucky. And he's going to have to take care of his work if Robbie can't take out the... He can't do it now, but what a first start that was. So Lennon for 2-1 to remain on serve. 2 4s for 2-1. Like the way he stepped back a little bit there. But the door is ajar here. Double 16. Tidy darts there from Robbie. Punishes the missed darts at a double. It's an early break. It's 2-1, halfway to victory. But you feel like there's still plenty of mileage left in this match, don't you? Second on the order merit, Jaden Walker. 93.61 average in a 4-1 win over Addison Hefferon, who's having a fine campaign on his maiden tour, on the Advanced Tour. Certainly one of the stars of the future is Addison. Lewis Cook did get over the winning line with a 4-0 win over Ben Townley. Kadiakot going well once again. 4-1 win over Callum Ryan. But this is the first look for me for Lennon. And again, like I say, all of our stars are pleasing on the eye in terms of their actions and that. They wouldn't be at the level that they're at without having not just the minerals, but also having the slick action. But for such a youngster, Lennon certainly is one to watch, isn't he? I love his temperament. I love his composure. And for our Belgian, he really is stepping up to the mark, isn't he? Always missed the big 14. And that was a response with a third dart. So to bring us back with the advantage of throw, Lennon Wharf requires 2 10s. Big adjustment on the 5s. No damage done yet for Robbie. Double 16 has worked very well so far. He's got another attempt at it, possibly 2. Or at least in the same region. Only needs the 1 dart. He's 1 leg away from a place in the last 16. He's dipped his toe in that phase before. But Lennon Wharf has got other ideas, hasn't he? 3-1 down, but only 1 breaker throw required. Brilliant darts, though, in response from the Belgian. They say averages don't mean nothing. He's 7 points differential on the averages, but both players playing above what I feel that the averages are currently showing. But if you're going to get through to the last 16, averages don't mean a jot, do they? Again, great adjustments on the 19. Almost Jack Nankov-esque, the way he turned from the 20s to the 19s. A brilliant execution. The throw's under pressure, needs a treble. Brilliant last start. What a match we've got here in Bristol. Hanger 61. The new home of JDC Dart. And what a future the game has, and what a future Lennon Wharf has. Win or lose in this match. It's Robbie's turn to be prolific on the 19s. Sets himself up beautifully, doesn't he? A 2-dart check out if he comes back. What a first start. 2 16s for 3-2. It's a holder throw, but it'll feel like a breaker throw. It's a leg that he had to win with his opponent on a very manageable 60. What a granite 92 that was. An absolute quality display from both players. Still on the fence in regards to which way I feel this match will go. Both players very much deserving of the victory, but something's got to give, folks, as we know. First player through to the quarterfinals. Jackie boy Jack Johnson, 4-0 win over Jack Nankov. Jaden Walker, 3-0 up against Teddy Ackott. Drake Porter, 3-2 up against Owen Bryceland. And our battle of the youngsters. Younger youngsters. Charlie Greensmith, 3-1 up. 3-1 up against Kaya Baysal. To wrap things up, double top. Tops required for 4-2 with his opponent, the dangerous Lennon Wharf, on 56. But there we go. Slams the door, does Robbie Vanderin. An impressive display by him. He's upped his average to 67 with his opponent on an impressive 71. A 4-2 victory for the Belgian. He is into the last 16. Lennon Wharf, we will certainly see plenty more of you. Congratulations to you. Stay with us, folks. We've got a round of 16 match that's coming right up. A very warm welcome back to Bristol, everybody. Hangar 61 and the Elite 8 are in force. Players already through. Well, Dre Porter has seen off Owen Bryceland. Mitchell Laurie is through. Charlie Greensmith, Lewis Cook, Arthur Alston. And of course, we've got Jack Johnson against Christian Ennis. Two Junior Power League stars. A repeat of week 1 of the Junior Power League, that was. Both players in absolute blistering form. This is going to be a quality affair. Sit back and enjoy this one, everybody. Opening night of the Junior Power League, which seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? Back in February, was it? 5-3 win for Christian Ennis, who's flying high and 4th in the table, but hot on his heels is Jack Johnson. Both players certainly tour champions waiting to happen. Jackie Boy went through a phase of he just rattles in a 14 dart holder throw. Just to say, you're going to have to be on your mark, young man, if you're going to progress to the semi-finals. Christian Ennis, as we say, as I digress quite a bit, he lost of week 3 of the Junior Power League 6 weeks ago against Mitchell Laurie, who was outstanding. But Christian Ennis, as I spoke with his connections, in saying he wasn't flustered, he just went about his own work, and of course that's what you've got to do, but to see it from a youngster, he's granted, isn't he? And yes, he missed a lot of doubles last night against Jack Nankov, but didn't let it phase him, did he? From 3-0 to 3-2, where Jumping Jack threw the kitchen sink at him to a certain degree in terms of timing wise with his double top to make it 3-2. But 5 180s from Christian Ennis last night. And he saw the job out well, didn't he? It was a bit of a mixed bag for Jack Johnson, who was 2-0 down, went 4-2 up, and then was pegged back to 4-all against Kaya Baysal. But what a night it was. Of course, you can check out all of the previous tournaments, previous matches. Please subscribe and like. And if I can work out how to do the live chat, I will certainly interact a bit better. I'm a bit of a dinosaur in that regard, and we'll let the darts do the talking for now. Chris Mason's certainly a lot better at doing that to us, but I will figure it out somehow. 2-0 up and moving along rather swimmingly is the East Kent Maestro. And we mentioned the steely-eyed Jack Johnson. It doesn't matter who he's playing, does it? He got that 4-all draw against Mitchell Laurie in week 2. It was a win, a loss, and a draw. But he just goes about his own work, doesn't he? And you talk about the exhibition experience, the tournament match practice that the likes of him and Lewis Cook. Winning's a habit, isn't it? And it's going to be difficult to dislodge the likes of Jack Johnson and Lewis Cook as this tournament progresses. Jaden Walker 3-1 up against Mitchell Lorry. Charlie Greensmith 2-0 up against Drake Porter. Arthur Alston 1-0 up against Lewis Cook. That's us up to speed with our quarter-final action. Brilliant setup from Jackie Boy, but Christine Ennis to reduce the arrears. 18 for Bull. 2 sevens. Very unlucky. Kind of fancied the treble 18, and the double 7 was very much hard to bear. Royally punished from Jackie Boy. 85 average. 1 away from a place in the semi-final. We mentioned Johnson being Mr. Consistent on the tour. Was sat 4th in the table coming into this weekend. You look at the table as it's going to progress. Jaden Walker in 2nd place as Mitchell Lorry reduces the arrears to 3-2. That game's certainly not over by a long shot. Mitchell Lorry averaging 100. Just shows you averages don't mean anything. 10 pops differential. Only averaging 90 is Jaden Walker. And what a final that was, by the way. If you talk about watching matches back, that was one of the matches that I actually watched back coming into this weekend. Mitchell Lorry could have averaged 116 if he'd took out his finishing and won 6-0. But Jaden Walker was outstanding, wasn't he? And he got a leg on the board, and it was a brilliant performance from him. He showed his championship winning mentality because, of course, he's got one under his belt now. A bit like Ben Townley, a bit like Lewis Cook. Is that going to open the floodgates as Christian Ennis reduces the arrears? Oh, I thought he had done. This time he makes no mistake with his opponent sat on 50. It's a double break from here. It's a big, big ask, isn't it? Especially with the form of Jack Johnson. And we know how good Johnson can close things out, don't we? 2 treble visit following up a ton. Back comes Ennis. It really is outstanding to watch these youngsters in action, isn't it? In full flight. Pottery in motion. We'll go on the distance. Mitchell Lorry has reduced the arrears from 3-1 to 3-2. We now have a level game. We have a deciding leg. 2-1 to Lewis Cook. He's reversed things from being 1-0 down. And Charlie Greensmith leads 2-1 against Drake Porter. And just as we come to the match with Mitchell Lorry, as Jack Johnson gets over the winning line 4-1, a brilliant performance from him. He's into our semi-final, an 86.65 average. Business-like performance from Jackie Boy. Christine Ennis again, 9th in the table coming into the day, which takes a absolute real positive performance to beat him. It has done again. But just as we say that, Jaden Walker with Mitchell Lorry sat on 20 to turn things around from 3-1. And up pops Jaden Walker with 108 checkout. He's through to the semi-final. We say bar finals, Jaden Walker has got a very positive record against Mitchell Lorry, and that's proved to be the case once again. He's into our semi-final. A semi-final that's coming right up, folks. Stay with us. So Final Four action, Jaden Walker against Lewis Cook. Two of England's young finest talents. Two thoroughbreds in action. And both in absolute blistering form. And matching strides with a 2 treble visit opener. And you can tell already both players are absolute feeding off the pace of each other. There's no gamesmanship as you expect with all of our youngsters, but it really is just rat-tat-tat, best player wins, shake hands, and move on to the final. But in between that, we've got a first to 5 legs, and we're only in the opening leg. A tidy 14 dart holder throw. And this is the kind of 5 visit legs that's going to be required, you feel, throughout this match if you're going to progress to the final. Jaden, of course, like Lewis, has won an event this year. And we said with Jaden, is that going to open the floodgates? We said he was a winner waiting to happen, as was Lewis. Lewis, of course, won an event towards the back end of 2025. But his match sharpness right now is there to be seen, isn't it? Alfie's in blistering form as well. Another one who's a winner on the tour this year. A surprise to a few people, but if you watch the form and you watch the how can I put it? Have that eye for a talent when you watch it firsthand. As Jaden levels matters. Doesn't matter whether it's a 21 data, it's ones a piece. And he's held his throw. But the way that young brother Alfie went about his work in winning the title. As Lewis moves off the tour this year, this is his final year. Back-to-back European champion, remember. Junior Power League qualifier. He's moved out of the bottom 2 with a fine win against Lex Passhauser last night. But this could end 5-4. It could be over in 5 minutes. Such is the standard and the pace. Oh, what a 140 checkout that was. I would have been. Calm down. Calm yourself down, Carl. The double 5 lands. I thought that double 10 was in for it. I must ask Robbie Long to extend my screen. Charlie Greensmith against Jack Johnson in our other semi-final, both locked horns at ones apiece. We mentioned Lewis Cook, who's top of the Super League averages down in Essex. Good luck to everyone playing county this weekend, up and down the country. Whether it be battling for promotion, trying to stave off relegation, or just enjoying a good weekend with all your darting friends. It's one way of pressure in the 92, isn't it? Brilliant darts from Lewis Cook. And what a response. Still on throw. And what a standard from both players. We mentioned Lewis has been red hot in terms of his match sharpness, but Jaden Walker, what a talent. It's not one of my strong points trawling through Facebook, but I see the Lewis Cook is one of the three youngsters in a row that's won a vault in his local. And I seen a photograph with Tommy Morris from 2 years back when him and Jaden Walker won the Super League pairs. Love seeing out like that. And when you see the likes of Tommy guiding these youngsters, the likes of Jaden, we remain on throw, 3-2 up. Who's going to blink first in this one? When you see such a talent as Jaden Walker come through, and again, from such a young age, but to be a part of that on a week-to-week basis must be an absolute thrill to get yourself on the practice board or get yourself out for Super League. Not that most players don't need that motivation, but it must be an added incentive, mustn't it? To say, let's see what this youngster can do next. Brilliant from Lewis Cook. A 180, 41 after 9. Two eights for breathing space. Gets that breathing space. And what was a clutch moment visit. Jaden Walker's done nothing wrong at all. And it's Lewis Cook who's one away. He needs to win one of the next 3 legs to progress to the final. He's got the advantage of throwing 2 of those legs. But you saw by his reaction how important that dart was, wasn't it, at the double eight with the last dart? Breathing space in our other semi-final. Jack Johnson leads 3-1 against Charlie Greensmith. Both players averaging 90. Back comes the Dorset Dynamo. Great attempt, wasn't it? For a 12 dart break, but he will be back. Will he split it or go directly to it? Not a bit of bother, was it? First start lands in the double nine. It's an instant break back. It's one of those 3 legs required. Jaden with the advantage of throwing leg number 8. It's going to take a break, but it's just all about 1 leg at a time, isn't it? And if you're Lewis Cook, you know you've got a big leg in you over the coming 2 legs. It's whether Jaden's got the magic to go out in style. JDC Advanced Tour at its finest, folks. Rubbing my hands in glee at the opportunity to watch and commentate on such an epic match. I feel like Mr. Miyagi in the dressing room with Daniel LaRusso. And well, Lewis Cook to break the go 4-2. Hit a brilliant 180. But it's Jaden Walker's turn. 2 11s. The double nine wasn't a bit of bother. The legs 11 neither. We're going the distance. Best of luck, gents, in this last leg decider to reach the final of event number 13. We said it's a last leg shootout. Jack Johnson is 1 leg away from reaching the final. He's 4-2 up on Charlie Greensmith. But who will prevail in this one? It's had 2s and 4s, hasn't it? It's predominantly been Jaden playing catch up, but can he kick for the finish line at just the right time? But Lewis, showing his red hot streak once again. Chris Mason said last night, didn't he? As did Darren Barson. Is Lewis Cook timing his run to perfection? Because despite being in the bottom 2 and now he's out of the bottom 2, he's clearly a threat, and a major threat at that, as the Junior Power League reaches its climax. Misses the ball, 105 going. Double top. Oh my word. The bull misses by a whisker. The tops misses by a whisker. Back comes Lewis for 25 to reach the final. 2 8s. Fruitful in leg number 6. Fruitful in the decider. It's Lewis Cook who gets through to the final. The advantage of throw, the bullseye that mattered in the end. Jaden Walker, fantastic in defeat. But it's Lewis Cook who reaches the final. Congratulations to you. Can you win your second Advanced Tour title? We're about to find out, because he will take on Jack Johnson in that final. That's coming right up, folks. Stay with us. So the warm-up proceedings are over. Best of luck, gentlemen. It's Lewis Cook and Jack Johnson to stand proudest of them all out of 64 players that entered the event. We know Jack Johnson will take things in his stride. We said a winner waiting to happen. It'll come when it's natural to Jack Johnson. He's knocking on all the doors, all the right doors. It's when, not if. Will it be event 13? So little to separate them in terms of averages and performances. For Lewis Cook, he can hardly miss right now, but two players with supreme confidence in their own ability. Enjoy this final, everybody. And on the back of this final, let's go again. Why not? We've got event 14. First things first, only a matter of an epic final. Johnson takes out tops, a 19 dart holder throw with Lewis Cook threatening for an early break. But Johnson, the leg goes to the rifle owner. I love the way that the zip of the treble 20, the way they both go in, don't they? We see how active both players are featuring at the business end of a lot of massive tournaments recently. Lewis Cook winning one of the ADC Championship Tour events of the South down in Broadmoor Farm. What a venue that is, by the way. 7th in the order of merit table. And when you look at the calibre of over 300 players that feature down at Broadmoor Farm, 14th, I believe, in the North Tour table. Jackie Boys had a couple of round of 32s, but when you consider that there's over 300 players, it's a bit like a challenge tour. Congratulations also to Jackie Boy, who, as Lewis Cook looks to level things up with his opponent on a very manageable 52. And a first blip for Lewis. How will Johnson take advantage of it? The same way he did in the opening leg with a double top. The first leg went to the rifle owner. The second leg was well punished. And what a way to start leg 3. If you're going to pick a pocket and then reply with a 180 as well. Just to twist the knife a bit further. But we know Lewis in a race to 6. He'll just go about his work. As you say, whether you're 2-0 up or 2-0 down, both of these players will fancy the chances because they're in that winning mentality, and winning breeds confidence. Winning is a habit. And both of these stars are doing a lot of winning right now. Just a 12 darter to hold his throw. He's halfway to victory, 3-0 up. For his first Advanced Tour title. Brilliant darts from Lewis Cook, however. A 2 treble visit. Matching strides is Jackie Boy. How good has Lewis Cook been on them switches to 19s, by the way? Yes, that's the target that they're going for, but the proficiency that Lewis Cook is hitting that treble 19 with the first dart is incredible. As he starts on 19s and hits 3 singles. Cheers for that, Carl. But again, a brilliant response. 2 140s in the leg, 68 after 12. Two 16s for 3-1. And it's that reaction that propelled him to a 4-2 lead over Jaden Walker in the semi-final. Equally as important, that leg to get off the mark for Lewis Cook. Yeah, as we mentioned, the real big-time player, both of them are. But in terms of Jack Johnson, the way he won the Super 16 title 2 years ago, beating Jaden Walker actually in the final at the Marshalls Arena ahead of the Masters on finals day. But to then win the inaugural JDC Youth Vaults and now to reach the finals once again in terms of attempting to defend his title, it means so much to Jack Johnson, as did the European title where Lewis Cook won over in Ireland pretty much 11 months ago. 10 months ago. But to defend his title, it was a real target of Lewis Cook's to do that. And I know that Jack Johnson is the same. 12 data, followed by a 13 data. 2 away from his first title. Lewis is certainly not getting greedy in terms of looking for his second Advanced Tour title. Not greedy one little bit when you consider Mitchell Lowry's won 6. I'll give you updated table movers and shakers on the back of this final before we head into, or as we head into event 14. Seven events remain, and what's been a breathtaking Advanced Tour where 32 becomes 64. $32 will remain. Of course, we're going to have dropouts in terms of players that are going to be eligible, ineligible for due to age restrictions. Lewis took care of his work there very nicely, didn't he? But what I love about Jack Johnson, when he's got the throw, he's got the advantage of throw, he doesn't give an inch, does he? A bit like Ryan Branley last year, where he started off so many legs with 140s, 180s. As just done there, a 2 treble visit. It's basically saying you're going to have to chuck a 12 darter to your opponent because such a heavy scorer on his throw is Jack Johnson. 100 followed by 2 140s. 1-2-1 after 9. To move on the hill. Bullseye required. Board management, but what you doing, Jackie boy? A big 15. Only messing, of course. 35 after 12. He's gone 12, 13, and 15. 5-2 he leads, one leg away from winning his first Advanced Tour title. Speaking of Jack's mum, earlier in the campaign, we're talking about England positions by being in the top 4 for Gibraltar. And it's a target that he's not necessarily, not that he's not aiming for, but it's not on his mindset because he feels like it could be a bit early for him. I don't think it is one little bit, because if you're good enough after 20 events, but I think he's just got other targets in mind in terms of his mindset. But when it comes nearer to the time and when it comes to represent your country at top level for England, what an elite squad it'll be, by the way. How good is Scotland going to be as well? Mongolia's going to be strong, as always. Talking to Christian Ennis, his dad last night, and the youngsters are coming over from the Irish East, shall we say. A lot of talent coming over from Northern Ireland. And again, another superb leg from Lewis Cook to keep Jack Johnson on us. A long shot, but this will really raise the roof of Hangar 61. Still possible. Bullseye required to win the title in style, Jack Johnson. What an effort. But Lewis Cook closes the door rather elegantly on leg number 8. And as we say, almost Branley-esque, a 180 to start leg number 9. We said how good he's been, how proficient he's been with the advantage of throw. And without, of course, but it's just more noticeable in the business end of big matches. And again, avoiding the commentator's curse for us for once. 181 after 6 darts. And Lewis Cook battling hard. A potential 11 dart leg after missing out on the 161 to win his first title. Double 10 for the title. There it goes. And Jack Johnson, a thoroughly deserved title. It's when, not if. It's now, Jack Johnson. You are the champion of event number 13. Thoroughly well deserved. Lewis Cook, you are a champion. You are a back-to-back European champion. You are a champion as well. But it's Jack Johnson. Congratulations to you. Well, folks, that's event number 13 wrapped up. Stay with us. Hot on the heels is event number 14 and around a 64 match. We take a breath, get the kettle on, and join us in a few moments. Welcome back to the action, folks. And we did say hot on the heels of event number 13 is event 14. And I think Alfie has a good chance of winning this match. In fact, I'll put my house on it. Will it be Moore or will it be Armitage? That is the big question. And that is very much the unknown predominator. Blah, 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 blah. Alfie Moore, we saw early doors 2-0 down and came back and won 4-2. Very impressive he was. And Alfie Armitage, we saw on our live streams earlier on in the tour. And since then, I've been following his form and following his results, and he's very, very much progressed nicely, hasn't he, on the tour? He's mixing in the right circles in terms of his geographical location. If you're playing alongside the likes of Kaya Baysal and it's only going to bring your game on, isn't it? But you can tell by the body language, you can tell by that he believes he can win every game he plays. And yes, you've got to do that, but it's easier said than done, isn't it? And he's certainly a progressive type, is Alfie Armitage. I'm just lost for words after that final. What a performance from Jack Johnson. It was always going to take a big performance against Lewis Cook, wasn't it? Because the way Lewis Cook performed in beating Jaden Walker, a special performance, and to keep replicating that is a difficult task to do. And it was just fine margins early on, wasn't it? And when Jackie Boy took out the double top to win the second leg, that was the breathing space that he needed. And from then on, the commentator's curse didn't come into fruition for once. And I mentioned how difficult he is to dislodge with the throw. His 140s and 180s were just so impressive. But we mentioned that in terms of beating Jaden Walker on the Marshalls Arena stage to win the final in the Morningside Arena, to win the Vaults final. And here at Hangar 61, this is the infrastructure, this is the arena where it's going to bring out the best of players like Jack Johnson, isn't it? Which makes it all the more fascinating because Lewis Cook's in fine form. The Junior Power League as we reach our June the 12th for our penultimate weekend, and then of course we've got the Super Saturday where we've got a multitude of matches before finals for the girls and the boys on the Sunday. But it's just going to bring out the best of all of our players, isn't it? I cannot wait. First match of the round of 64 on our live stream, event number 14. It's going to be Alfie to throw first. It's going to be Alfie Moore to throw first. Best of luck, gentlemen. Game on. As we say, we're going to be keeping you up to speed with what's going on around the boards in the early stages as in the latter stages. But let's sit back and enjoy this one, like I say, because this one has 4-3 written all over it, either side. A real fascinating contest. Just as we're in the early stages of leg number 1, I'm going to power up the old laptop, the dinosaur laptop that is going to keep us up to speed with event 14 as the legs and wins go in for our players. It's not that old, really. How do you define old? Call it more experienced. As we play a game of 2 or 3. So Alfie Moore unable to take real advantage of that slip from Alfie Armitage, but you get the feeling this is a big leg for both players. We saw Alfie Moore with his back against the wall, didn't we? And from 2-0 down, he really stepped it up impressively, didn't he? Alfie Armitage with his biggest supporter, talking to his mum earlier doors, always brings a smile to the venue and will we see a equally colourful display from Alfie Armitage, as Alfie's mum's done one of the best hairstyles, hair colours I've seen for a long time. Coming from my Michael van Gerwen look. But like, as we say with Alfie Armitage and up and down the country, whether it be at any level, whether it be travelling to vaults, whether it be travelling to competitions, behind every top youngster, you need massive support from family and sponsors, don't you? A big treble there from Alfie Moore because it hasn't had to do a great deal in terms of power scoring for Alfie Armitage to establish a 1-stroke lead and have the advantage in leg number 2. Couldn't follow up that last start with at least a treble visit there, so time on his side here for Alfie Armitage and a brilliant first start, 2 9s. Will he go for it? It was a confident attempt at double 9, wasn't it? Of course, if you're going for your 18s and you've hit the treble 17, of course you're going to go for it, but there was a slight case of ball management there, wasn't there? And it was never in his train of thought, was it? How tight was that? 72, so 56 left. Tops if he comes back. Alfie Armitage to double his advantage. The hard part's out the way, middle of the single one. And a very timely last dart, a double four. Halfway to victory in our opening match of event 14. I'm still trying to control my breathing after that final. The Accrington Arrowsmith is now finding his range nicely, isn't he? And you get the feeling that there's a consistent spell just around the corner from Alfie Moore. It was at this stage 2-0 down, wasn't it? Where he clicked through the gears and turned it around impressively. Brilliant adjustment. Doesn't get the treble, but still with the healthy advantage. 6 darts, possibly more to get off the mark. So 96 to reduce the arrears to half the deficit. Treble 17. He should be back, but it will be a real twist of the knife wanted if he was to treble his advantage. Unable to do so. But this 60 is no gimme when you're against the pitch count, shall we say. Friend or foe. Well, that'll do nicely. And again, if you're Alfie Armitage and you've just lost the leg, you were 2-0 up, you're 2-1 up, and you get away with a treble, a visit for the opening 2 visits. It's really a solid darts, isn't it? Warming to the task is Alfie Moore. Yeah, a real fascinating contest here. Observing both players, and you get the feeling both are finding the feet nicely, aren't you? 90 after 15 is very solid with a 2-1 advantage. Brilliant adjustment. Sets up tops, and he will be back with his opponent on 189. to go one away. He's edging ever closer. Over adjusts. Wants the treble for the bullseye. I don't think he's just disappointed with the fact he didn't hit the treble. I think it's the fact that he's blocking the bed and he had to go over the top on that one, didn't he? You could see he wasn't keen on the lie. 2/16s for 3-1. There it is, and Alfie Armitage is one away from a place in the round of 32 even. Got ahead of myself. And you're waiting for something to click for Alfie Moore. It's just really not happening, is it? It's kind of reactive rather than proactive, as we say, in terms of not just the scoreline, but when he does hit a big score, it's not doing any damage in terms of the seemingly outcome of the match. But as we say, two players that have performed highly respectable in their first year on the Advanced Tour. I believe Alfie Armitage's best performance has been a quarter-final. Alfie Moore has been progressive himself. I'll have to double check his best efforts, but possibly a quarter-final, last 16 off the top of my head. To wrap things up, 78 going now after, went for the double. Leaves himself tops if he's back 1-3-5 going to stay in the match. So 56 to wrap things up. Double top. Why is it so? Again, to half the arrears. 2-1 become 2-0 become 2-1. 3-1 doesn't become 3-2 right now. To see this match off. Almost a replica of the second dart of the previous visit. Double 10. That lead is reduced by half. And a confident double 10. It's Alfie Armitage's darts. The advantage of throwing leg 6 to win the match. Or if not, we're going the distance with Alfie Moore thrown first in a decider. How many more twists and turns has this match got to offer? I don't know about you, but I'm glued to the screen to see how this match will unfold. As we say, very little in terms of the scoreline, very little in terms of the leg scoreline, very little in terms of the averages. A real intriguing battle. Waiting for Alfie Moore to do what he did in the the previous event where he turned things around with some fantastic darts. But you know, Alfie Armitage has just got a huge visit in him. Right on cue, 140. But 90 after 15 darts for Alfie Moore to level things up and have the advantage of throw. So the 140 will be followed up by a ton topper. 11, 19 for double 16 is the preferred route. The 140 followed by a 111. Not on this occasion. And Moore requires double 17. Looked a decent guy, didn't it? You get some darts that at the bottom of the bed that look like they could be tricky or very much blockers, but and it's hard looking from this position, but it looked like he had the confidence and the way to throw to execute it, and he did just that. Good luck, lads, in this decider. A bit of zip went into that second dart, but lost his line with the third. The deciding leg firmly in the balance. But just at the right time is the accurate Narrowsmith. Staying on under pressure. Responding under pressure. But again, when he gets in the groove, Alfie Moore, very pleasing on the eye in terms of his power scoring. It's not necessarily been power scoring, but when he has missed, he's missed by fine margins, hasn't he? .67 going. Brilliant darts there. Treble 17 of his own. Not this time, so Alfie Armitage will be back. Double 8 to retake the lead at just the right time. 2 4s. And is that 2 match darts missed? That could prove costly. 2 2s. 17s was a nice adjustment. The double 2 not on this occasion. There it is. Alfie Armitage does retake the lead at just the right time. He led 3-1 and he retook the lead to win the decider. Alfie Armitage is through to the round of 32. A good display there from Alfie Moore. We'll see him on Sunday, but it's Alfie Armitage who progresses to the second round. Stay with us, folks. We've got another round of 64 match that's coming right up. Back in event 14, Groove, and beating semi-finalist Jaden Walker takes on one of Belgium's finest in Jason Gusen's. Format, as always, a best of 7 all the way through to the semi-finals, where it goes up to best of 9, and of course the finals first to 6. But despite aspirations, both players will have their feet firmly based on winning this opening round contest, where I feel that Belgium is capable of keeping Jaden Walker honest here. Like what I say of Goosen's, but it's going to take a big display if you're going to beat Jaden Walker at any stage of a tournament, because he's in fine fettle right now, isn't he? Underway here in Bristol. And after that first dart lie there, how good was them next two darts? Yes, it was only 15 points on the ground perhaps, but the way he feathered them over the top. We said Goosen's was capable of keeping Jaden Walker honest. Well, a 135, a 140, a 180, 46 after 9. Before we finish our speech about Jason Goosen's potentially being able to keep Jaden Walker honest, the game could be over. And just to prove the commentator's curse is on a roll, a 180 for Jason Goosen's. What's backing that up, isn't it? Because a fantastic 180 when you just look at holding your throw, but it's consistently visit on visit, isn't it, where Jaden Walker excels. It's not about having a leg off, it's about you can't have a visit off with the likes of Jaden Walker. Not just when they're in the hot streak that they're in now, but in general. Very unlucky 59 as well, wasn't it? Double 16, a brilliant 152. Slams the door shut with a 15 dart breaker throw. Just as I said, Goosen's had the potential of keeping Jaden Walker honest. A 152 with his opponent sat on a checkout. Absolutely outstanding dart from England's number 1 right now. I say number 1. Jack Johnson was tied 3rd in the table coming into this. Jaden Walker reached the semi-final. 5 points to 3 points. Promised an update on the table, didn't I? Let's have a look while this match progresses. As Jaden Walker broke with a 15 darter on the 152. He's looking at a potential 15 darter right here. Doesn't need to be with his opponent way back. Yeah, so Jack Johnson actually has taken over in 2nd place. So I do apologise for the Jackie Boy fans out there. We're splitting hairs on me about being England's #1 because it's very tight, isn't it, among so many players? They're all quality. Well, 39 points in second place is Jack Johnson. Jaden Walker's on 38. Lewis Cook on 35. Kia Baysal on 34. A gap to Ben Townley on 29. Remember, the top 4 after 20 events qualify for the England A. So currently Jack Johnson, Jaden Walker, Lewis Cook and Kia Baysal. Players that can dislodge the top 4 right now: Ben Townley and Archie Self, you feel? They get a leg on the board, and it's a well-deserved leg at that. 44 going, with his opponent on 64 for the match. The cool as ice Belgian. Double 8 for the match. There it goes, and Jaden Walker is safely through to the round of 32. An opening round 96.97 average. Well, if that's not laying down a marker, I don't know what is. Jaden Walker in fine form. He's going to be hard to stop. Stay with us, folks. We've got another first round match coming right up. Go. Dipping our toes in second round action, and a second round match that could quite easily grace a final. Two junior Power League stars, Owen Bryceland, 12-year-old, everybody, against last year's king of the JDC. 20 events played, and Turgle Kurelku, our Mongolian friend, topped the tree over Ryan Branley. Reached the final, of the Junior Power League as well. Now based in the UK, a big move for Turgle and Oggy. Two players who experienced 5-0 scorelines for different reasons in the Junior Power League. Bryceland, a 5-0 win over Archie Self. Archie was unbeaten 3 out of 3, and Owen made light work. Chris Mason had the privilege of having Mitchell Lorry in the commentary box for that match. I literally had time to go to the toilet, turn around, and I came back and it was 5-0. And Turgle was on the wrong end of a Mitchell Lorry 5-0er. He had darts, didn't he, Turgle, to go 1-1, and after that it was one-way traffic. 2 18s and a brilliant take from the Bandit. It's a holder throw, but it felt like a break with Turgle having an opportunity there. As we said, I'll keep you posted on what's going on around the grounds, around the boards. Baysal's 2-1 up against Jack Marshall. Jake Hobbs is 2-1 up against former Super 16 champion Joe Westby. Corey Wilshire 2-0 up against Luke Cox. Drake Porter had a 4-0 whitewash against No Player. This No Player's not won a leg yet. That's the dad jokes out the way for the day. Battle of Scotland, Mitchell Lorry has beaten Craig Devlin 4-0. And Lex Passhauser has had a welcome win, a 4-2 win over Oliver Haffen, one of the Northumberland hot prospects. So 2 9s to double his advantage. And the former on Bryceland's in, he goes direct to target and executes it with the first dart. As we say, Owen Bryceland making his debut in the Junior Power League, joined top of the table with Mitchell Lorry. Two unbeaten Scots at the top of the table, 2 wins, 2 draws from 4 matches. Turgle has reached a final. So far on the tour this year, he's been consistent in patches, but certainly not in the form that he was in of 2025. Yes, our youngsters are fantastically talented. They're not robots, they're not machines. To hold your form to that extent is difficult to do, isn't it? It's only because we hold the likes of Turgle in such high regard that we expect it week in, week out. But it's a big shift for a 15-year-old to come over from Mongolia on a permanent basis, to leave his family and friends. But it'll only benefit him long term in terms of his darting prowess. To leave tops, but will it be good enough? He's going to get a pop at tops to reduce the arrears to half the deficit. He's a tops and 10 merchant. He's got to go inside. And maybe scoreline, scoreboard pressure told there. If you're 2-0 up, that goes first or second dart, doesn't it? But he's going to get another pop at it. This time it's executed. And Turgle does get off the mark. We're back on throw. But everything about Owen Bryceland this year, for me, is all positive. He really has, like Mitchell Lorry, improved in so many aspects of his mental game. And he's got that box office power scoring, fantastic finishing. There's no surprise in my eyes that why he sits joint top of the Junior Power League, and he's a top tenner in the order of merit. As we said about Lewis Cook, as we said about Jack Johnson, probably the next player winner waiting to happen is Owen Bryceland in terms of the Advanced Tour. We're going to shake off his maiden tag, but at 12-year-old, he's certainly got time on his side. Different look on the board. And a double for Turgle to bring us back to parity. Double 16 lands with the first dart. It's a holder throw. It's going to take a break at some stage with both players halfway to victory, but from 2-0 down, Turgle is certainly hot on Owen Bryceland's heels. Again, no disrespect to Turgle. We know how good he is, but you feel that the dart and the match is in Owen Bryceland's hands just with the form he's in currently. You're waiting for a massive score, a 180 followed by a big check out. And if it doesn't happen, you feel that Turgle's consistency will be what prevails. But I do feel that the match is in Owen Bryceland's hands. Not just because he holds 140 advantage. It's easy saying that, isn't it? But if you catch me drift. His opponent on 259 decides to go the 16s route. Or the Merv King route. Re-establishes his lead. He will have the advantage to throw if it goes a distance, but he will look to get the job done right here, right now, on the Turtle Kurelku throw. But as experience shows, the JDC #1 player of 2025. This is where experience kicks. The penultimate weekend of events. June the 12th, we're back here in Bristol. Are we going to see a surge from Turgle over the next few months? Again, players are jostling positions in the Junior Power League. But on a Super Saturday of darts in August coming up, I think it's around about the 22nd of August, where we've got a mammoth amount of matches on the Saturday before finals day on the Sunday. That's not how you perform in April and May, isn't it? The experience of the likes of Turgle, Lewis Cook's in amazing form, Jackie Boy is in amazing form. Mitchell Laurie is just unstoppable right now. Owen Bryceland's fantastic. Next pass house is bottom, but he could also turn things around. It's going to be a fascinating climax to that, as is the Advanced Tour. And of course, we've got the girls' final coming right up. I'll keep you posted on how the round robin phase is finished and the quarterfinals and semi-finals. Is it going to be a Macy Gibbons against Becca Allen final? Are we going to see a new face? We'll go on the distance, however. Turgle holds with a 20 darter. Best of luck in this decider, gentlemen. It's Owen Bryceland who throws first. Fascinating, isn't it, how Turgle's action, he was a lot more deliberate last year. He felt the need as Owen Bryson rattles in a maximum. We said it's in his hands and we're waiting for an explosive couple of visits. Is that the 180 followed by another big score to leave a 1 or 2 darter? No, the commentator's curse comes back out. But Turgle's a long way back and no damage done in the Bryceland camp. 6 darts is required. How handy is it going to be? He hasn't made giant inroads in that, has he? So this is an opportunity for Turgle to really apply the pressure. Back and forth, the momentum swings. In this second round contest here at Hangar 61 in Bristol. Who's going to be flying high into the round of 16? At the minute, it looks like it's going to be Owen Bryceland. He will be back for 56, and it's not going to be under a lot of pressure, is it? I feel for Turgle because he's battled back from 2-0 and to take us the distance, but it's Bryceland who has a dart at double 10 now. He will be back for that double 5. It just hasn't happened in this deciding leg for Turgle, has it? 2 5s. Lovely marker. Moves inside. More drama here in Bristol. Decision time. Treble 18 perhaps. To wrap things up. There it is. Owen Bryceland does get over the winning line. A 4-3 win over Turgle Kurelku. And into the round of 16. The match went to the rightful owner, I felt. But Turgle will be back, of course, tomorrow on what's going to be a Super Sunday at the darts from 11 o'clock. But still, plenty of action of event number 14 still to come. Stay with us, folks. We've got another match coming right up. On the heels of Owen Bryson's win, 4-3 victory over Turgle of Mongolia, Liam Cook's in action against Callum Ryan for a place in the round of 16. To have 2 wins under their belt on the final event of the Super Saturday. Lovely action as Callum Ryan. We've seen Liam Cook a few times on the live stream over the course of the Advanced Tour. And when his back's been against the wall, Liam Cook, he's played rather well. A real fascinating contest. 38th in the order of merit is Liam Cook. And Callum's down in 47th, so not a lot to separate them in terms of order of merit table. And at this stage, the table doesn't necessarily lie after 13 events. But you know what? The quality of the 64 is incredible, isn't it? Whether you're 64th, 53rd, blah, 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 everybody is quality. Anyone who beats himself up about being in outside that top 32, these are quality players. And there's very fine margins between being inside and outside that 32. It's all stepping stones to where they want to be. Great experience. The platform that the JDC and the Advanced Tour has to offer. Of course, the Foundation Tour, we're hearing so many players that are excelling through that, and we'll look forward to seeing new faces next year. Players that progress here to move on to the Development Tour or combine the pair. Lewis Cook's doing that fantastically well. Ben Townley. And a lot of the success on the PDC ladder is down to the experience gained on the JDC Tour. Oscar Rumsey's through to the last 16. Good run for him today. A 4-2 win over Leo Howard. The Pompey chimes perhaps ring out on Sunday for Leo Howard. Charlie Greensmith beaten in the semi-final of event 13. He's into the last 16, a 4-1 win over Toby Clemens. Ben Townley, as we mentioned, in fine form. As Liam Cook levels matters. 4-1 win for Ben Townley over Harry Childs. Junior Howard, who reached a semi-final the back end of the penultimate weekend, sorry, the previous weekend. 4-2 win over Oscar Saxon. 85 average for Junior Howard. He's going places, isn't he, Junior Howard? All of our stars are on an upward curve, but Junior Howard's certainly one that's catching the eye. Tried forcing that third dart in when he, after a brilliant adjustment. Great cover shooting from the Welshman. We said this one will be close, but is this Liam Cook making an early dash for the winning line? He levelled things up and he's wrestled the advantage to throw away briefly. The wrong treble visit, shall we say, and it's Liam Cook who holds the advantage. 6 darts if required. Went for the bull. For the first break of the match. Gets that with a polished 25 and 2 darts. And you feel in that leg there was a bit of over-try in there, or a bit of excess adrenaline from Callum Ryan. Heavy scorer when he gets going. You just feel at the minute it's Liam Cook who's a bit more measured. Well, can Callum play a few lights out legs to retake the advantage? We talk about Charlie Greensmith's run to the semi-final. A first round win over Alfie O'Flynn Rogers, who has reached a final on the Advanced Tour where he lost out to Mitchell Lorry. Charlie Greensmith, one of the performers of the year on what's been his maiden Advanced Tour year. Lewis Cook and Jake Hobbs warming up. Timely treble there to keep Liam Cook honest, but double 16 for 3 legs on the spin. Needs to split it. It doesn't do it, so with that treble 20 to leave 105, makes it manageable. Not now. So Liam Cook back for a double 16 to go 1 away from victory. Brilliant adjustment from the first start, wasn't it? And he's 1 away from a place in the round of 16. Ali Glykos, who's hit a 9 darter. At the unsigned weekend, I believe it was. 2-1 up against Alfie Knox. Jaden Walker levels your Devils. 1's apiece against Archie Self. Alfie Cook 2-2 against Christian Ennis. That's an intriguing battle, both halfway to victory. Jack Johnson and Drake Porter go in the distance, 3-all. I'll keep you posted on how that one concludes. Professional ton there from Liam Cook. He's down to a finish after 12 darts. Leaves the big fish, does Callum Ryan, but wrestled the advantage of throw and in the red bit. Some timely visits from Liam Cook. .46 for the match to wrap things up. Finds the double 16, not far off from the top corner of leg number 4, but it all counts. A 4-1 victory for the Welshman. Consistency told at the end of the day, and it's Liam Cook who is through to the round of 16. Who will join him? We've got a round of 16 match coming up. If not, one more round of 32 match. Stay with us, folks. Last 16 formalities are over and done with. The fist pump and the bullseye off. England international Jack Nankov against Arthur Alston. And we mentioned Charlie Greensmith about being a top performer on his maiden year. Arthur Alston sits 11th in the order of merit. And I'm just looking, bar Christian Ennis, who is having a fine campaign and a brilliant JPL season from qualifying. He sits 7th. Arthur Alston is the top Englishman in 11th. A player who's progressed through the system very nicely. We heard a lot about him, and he's letting his darts do the talk, and indeed, off the mark with a 15 dart hold. The format remains a best of 7 for 2 more rounds. And for Jack Nankovic, like I say, it's about regathering his feet, shall we say, experiencing a bit of a growth spurt. And I said I'm expecting a big performance from him and Lex Passhauser. And that was on the back of the previous weekend of the JPL. And he made the final the following day. You can't keep a quality operator like Jack Nankovic down for long, can you? Our JPL defending champion. 15 darter followed by a 13 dart breaker throw. Jack Nankovic is ultra quick, but he's going to have to be rather rapido if he's going to turn this match around from 2-0 down. After your opponents use 28 darts to win 2 legs. Last night, Jack Nankovic was 3-0 down. Brought things back to 3-2. Had an opportunity for 3-all. But Christian Ennis saw the job off. But as we say, with the quality and the experience of Jack Nankovic, he won't be panicking. He'll just take every match in his stride, won't he? Multiple winner on tour last year. The year previous was a runner-up on the tour. Archie Self winning that, and Jack Nankovic was second. But it was how Nankovic went about winning that Junior Power League. Of the 4 players that were in it, he was the player that was going under the radar, and from 2-0 down against Turgle, won 8 legs on the spin to become the Junior Power League champion. Amazing stuff. So, 40 darts to win 3 legs. Arthur Alston take a bow right now. Man, maths is completely wrong. 46 darts. Someone hand me the abacus. Equally impressive though. 46 darts to win 3 legs. Averaging 97 and change. And if you jack, it's 1 breaker throw and you back a 3-all. If you hold your great opportunity there for 146. A sarcastic double raise of the hands, but we know Nankovic can turn this around rather quick. It just takes a spark, doesn't it? His opponent took the game out of his hands for 3 legs. We talk about the girls' final that's coming up. Macy Gibbons is quarter-final winner, 3-1 win. Over Katie Lee Parrish. Lucy Shepherd, a 3-0 win over Kirsten Casley. Our JPL stars. Becca Allen, a 3-0 win over Chloe Judd. And Ella Hannaford, a 3-0 win against Davy Strong. That's our semi-finalists. Goes the modern route on 2 treble 17s for double 16. But that 94 sets him up tidily for tops. To win the match and get through the quarterfinals, that is a very, very impressive performance from Arthur Alston. A 91.21 average in taking out Jumping Jack Nankovic. Through to the quarterfinals, who will join him? We'll have a quarterfinal coming right up, folks. And a bonus round of 16 match that's fitting for a final. Lewis Cook and Kaya Baysal, two Junior Power League stars. A repeat of week 1 of the JPL, in which it was a 4-all draw. This has the ingredients to be just as close. However, there's no draws involved, of course, on the Advanced Tour, so something has to give. Who will blink first? We're underway here in Bristol, Hangar 61, round of 16. The strength and depth of the JDC Advanced Tour, right here, right now. And you'd be forgiven to think that Lewis Cook, on the back of a brilliant performance in reaching the final and being edged out by an ultra impressive Jack Johnson. Stamina's not brought into question, is it? Lewis Cook is certainly not just a form figure right now, but a leading contender in Goal 1 better of event number 14. Do we talk about stamina and fatigue with our youngsters who are 15, 16, 14, 13-year-old? Kai Baysal wraps up an impressive breaker throw there. It starts like that. That's saw Kaya to a title already. Couple of finals as well. So little to separate them in the Advanced Tour table after 13 events. 1 point, in fact. Lewis Cook on 35 points in 4th place. Kaya Baysal on 34 points in 5th. Outstanding darts there from Lewis Cook. A big fish to leave 135, knowing that. A 25 would have also left him a finish. Brilliant switcheroonies, but also unbelievable counting at such rapid pace. So a 5-visit leg potentially to break back. It's a nice marker, and it is a nice marker, so utilised it very well, 7-7. There it is, we're back on throw. As we say in tennis, it's only a break if you hold your throw next, or hold your serve next. And Lewis Cook responds brilliantly, doesn't it? We talk about minerals, we talk about bottle, and Lewis Cook has everything in his armory, in his game, doesn't he? Huge talent, heart of a lion. Matching that, of course, is Kaya Baysal. As I said to Chris Mason last night, I saw his averages over in the Northwest in terms of the ADC Order of Merit, and that's talking seniors with some, well, so many good players in the Northwest, isn't there? And he was bang up amongst them then. But then when he made his breakthrough at senior level to become the youngest ever senior champion at the time, took over the mantle from Luke Littler. Of course, that's been eclipsed by Mitchell Lorry since then. But then he comes back on the Shares Advanced Tour, doesn't he? after winning the Masters, and his self-belief, the confidence is there to be seen. Lewis Cook reels off back-to-back legs. 15-dart break followed by an 18-dart hold. We're on throw, but he's got the all-important 2-1 lead in what remains at this last 16 phase of a best of 7. Ben Townley on Bryceland, Junior Howard, Jack Johnson, Liam Cook are all through to the quarterfinals, of which Arthur Alston takes on Liam Cook about to start. Ben Townley's 1-0 up against Junior Howard, and a last leg decider, Harley Glykos of Wales, is 3-all locked horns with Jaden Walker. Let's click on that match on Darts Connect and let's see how that last leg is unfolding. Well, it's Harley Glykos with the throw on 308. Jaden Walker's on 324. First things first, this match in hand, but I will keep you posted as that develops, because we've got an epic encounter on our Hangar 61 board 18 stage. As we mentioned, the Junior Power League last night, Baysal 2-0 up against Jack Johnson, trailed 4-2, and then pegged back to draw 4-all. It felt like a win in terms of getting a point from 4-2 down against, of course, Event 13 champion in Jack Johnson. And Lewis Cook had an impressive win over Lex Passhauser last night to move outside the bottom 2. But we know that Lewis Cook is in tremendous form and got gears to go through in terms of that league position. 3-1 up, 3 legs on the spin, 1 away from a place in the quarterfinals. Baysal averaging 90, doing very little wrong, but when it comes to timing, it's all about Lewis Cook right now. The early parts of legs, isn't he? He's getting away with big scores, isn't he? Doing exactly what Jack Johnson was doing in regards to him winning Event 13. And then the commentator's curse comes out and he hits 62, which looked like a 5. A relieved Lewis Cook, though, with 62. 115 ahead minus these. Kairan Lewis was over in Torremolinos with the family. Lewis reached the semi-final in the senior event. I say senior as in the men's event. Didn't enter the juniors or the boys event. The youth event. It was Alfie also reached the business end of proceedings in the men's event. And that was to wrap things up. So Baysal with an opportunity to get back on throw. 77 going. Treble 19 for double 10. Single 18 for tops. To stay alive in event 14. Does the truffle shuffle and wires tops. And Lewis Cook does get over the winning line. A 4-1 victory, an impressive performance from Lewis Cook. We keep saying impressive performance. It's another one under the belt, and he's into the quarterfinals. The Essex Ace is going to be hard to stop once again. Kaya Baysal will be back tomorrow. Mr. Consistent, but it's Lewis Cook who advances. Stay with us, folks. We've got a quarterfinal match coming right up. Welcome back, folks. And as promised, our girls' final of event number 7. Tabletop and Maisie Gibbons is there to be shot at, but she has all the answers right now for every opponent that lies in her wake. It's a Coventry derby, folks. Sit back and enjoy this final. Lucy Shepherd is in great form herself. It's a race to 4 to become our champion. We're underway in our final. It's Maisie Gibbons who wins the bullseye off. We talk about performances as recent as last night. I was very impressed, as was Chris Mason, in Lucy Shepherd's composure, a focus. Was just edged out by Becca Allen. Macy Gibbons, sorry, a 4-0 victory for her. And out of 16 legs played out of 4 matches, she's got a plus 13 differential. 2 4-0s, a 4-2 and a 4-1. Almost foot perfect. Missed the ninth dart for perfection within the last week. And when you've watched Macy Gibbons' performances, you can see why that's starting to come, or starting to knock on the door, shall we say, because she really has become the Paige Paulen of 2026. Becca Allen is doing her thing. She lost in the semi-final. Our Junior Power League champion. Of course, timing-wise, we know Becca Allen will be the main contender to Macy Gibbons. She concluded her Junior Power League, Becca Allen, last night with 2 wins. She got an exam that doesn't finish till 4:30 on the 12th of June. As Macy Gibbons doubles her advantage, takes the opening leg. Calm down, Cal, calm down, eh? Yeah, so we've seen the last of Becca Allen in terms of the league format, but how the league table is looking, it very much is looking like Lucy Shepherd in 4th is going to take on Macy Gibbons. So this could be a little dress rehearsal for the semi-final of the Junior Power League Girls event. And regardless of who finishes 3rd, which way around it'll be, I mean, Lola Wheeler could still finish 2nd. She's got 2 games to go, and she's playing fantastically well. But it looks like it could be a Lola Wheeler against Becca Allen in the other semi-final. Lola Wheeler did take out Becca Allen in the league format on week 2. Fascinating throughout. Lucy, who's a Nations Cup singles and pairs champion. You can see from her debut year in the JPL, as players move on through age, in terms of Macy Gibbons and Becca Allen, Lucy Shepherd and Yasmin Rook-Havard, these are going to be the ones that are going to be the top dog, shall we say, for next year. And make no mistake, Lucy Shepherd will be amongst that. But in terms of raw potential, it's going to be fascinating to see the progression of Macy Gibbons, isn't it? Not necessarily setting the world alight in terms of averages here, but she's regularly in the 70 to 85 range. And she's only been playing the game not even 2 years, I believe. Lucy, despite being at Coventry, like many, had traffic problems coming down to Bristol yesterday, but with her being on last, she said it didn't affect her preparation at all. As Lucy levels things up, we're still on throw in this final. Best of 5 from here. What is the Muffin Man putting in the water up in Coventry to produce 2 starlets in Macy Gibbons and Lucy Shepherd? Do you know the Muffin Man? Of course, we know Steve Hine. What a player he's been over the years. As Macy Gibbons looks to rattle in a maximum and does just that. Halves the score. 180 scored, 180 required. Starting to click through the gears. Backs it up with a ton. A potential 14 dart leg. As Lucy rattled the cage of Macy Gibbons. Doesn't have to panic. She might just like double two. Well, I think if you're Macy Gibbons right now, I don't think you're faced by any double, are you? How close was that? Opponent on a non-checkout, so she will be back. More time on her side if required, but will want to get the job done and move halfway to victory. Not on this occasion. It's one of those, isn't it, where you can have too much time on your side and suddenly the leg is nicked away from you. But Macy Gibbons said not a chance. All three legs have gone with throw. It's Lucy Shepherd who throws first in leg number 4. It was Macy last night who beat Yasmin Rukhavard by a 4-0 scoreline. Despite Yas being in that bottom 2 of the 6 girls, there's certainly a lot to like about her, isn't there, in terms of not just her personality but her action and her potential. She's got so much more to give, and I'm looking forward to seeing how her career progresses over the coming years. Well, Macy Gibbons now really finding her flow on the treble 20s, isn't she? And if you're Lucy Shepherd, you feel like this is a must-win leg despite being way behind on the pitch count, because 3-1 down and Macy Gibbons thrown for the match in the 5th leg. She's listening. She's responding. Double 10. There you go. A 3-1 advantage and a 17 dart break of throw. We talk about multi-talented and Macy Gibbons, who, a very talented footballer, decided darts was her direction, and I think it's been proven to be the right choice. The work that must go on behind the scenes, you can see the way her darts are going in. It's all right choosing a sport, isn't it? But then to be able to really excel in it. Shows the winning mentality of Macy Gibbons. Lucy, who's 4th on the girls' series order table. Sitting behind Lola Whaler in 3rd, Becca Allen in 2nd, and Macy Gibbons, who is top. So basically, a top 4 of the JPL that is exactly mirrored after 6 events in the girls' series. So to go out in style, 132, will she choose the bull route? She does. Professional ton in the end, so a 17 dart break and a potential 21 dart hold. There it is. Our Event 7 champion once again is Macy Gibbons. Congratulations to her. She's on a win streak that is going to be hard to dislodge over the coming months. It's for the rest of the field to play catch up, but it's Macy Gibbons' day once again. Who will prevail on Sunday? We will find out tomorrow as Event 16 comes to a conclusion. But for now, congratulations to Macy Gibbons and also to Lucy Shepherd on reaching another final. Stay with us, folks. We've got a semi-final, I believe, in the boys. That's coming right up. So here we are, folks. A final that will be worth the wait. Both semi-finals were in action following our girls' final. So on the conclusion of that, 64 players have become two. 12-year-old Owen Bryceland takes on Lewis Cook. Cumbernauld finest. I did see it early in event 14 when Owen Bryceland won through his match that he is the next player, the next winner waiting to happen when he beat Turgle 4-3. And here we are, he pops up in the final. Mystic Carl. He's up against fellow Junior Power League star Lewis Cook, who's looking to go one better. I did see in one of his matches, was it the last 16, last 32? I says there's no sign of fatigue for our youngsters, of course. Here he is in back-to-back finals. Of course, Lewis does have a victory under his belt. But the form that Lewis is in right now, I don't think he'd be satisfied with two finals. He will want to win one. Knowing that one is out of his hands already. To pick the pocket of the Scot, he wants tops. Wider for an 18 dart leg. I feel like Owen's had 18 darts already at a double, such as his power scoring. Madhouse. And in a race to 6, it might not matter as such in this early stage, but Lewis Cook does pick the pocket of the Scot and a 20 dart break a throw. But I think from Owen from 12 months ago to Owen from now, I think we'll see a positive response from him. He will channel that in a positive direction, I'm sure. Which, of course, he's got to do, because if not, Lewis Cook will have the game out of sight in a matter of moments. When you know a player's in such a fine form, he's in the middle of the treble 19, he's in the middle of the treble 20. But so is Owen Bryceland. Sit back and enjoy this one. We're a leg in, and I'm already edging closer to the edge of my seat. Shimmying closer. Like Roger Federer on grass. So wrestling the advantage of throwaway is Bryceland. We said we'd get a positive response, and he'll be back for the 80. Unlucky with his first start was Lewis Cook. Tidies it up with a ton, but a chance for back-to-back breaks. Didn't want that, but a brilliant recovery. And that's unlucky, isn't it? This will really hurt with the last start one at double 10 to double his advantage in the final. Two 16s. An important misses from Bryceland and Lewis Cook. Composure takes out double 10. Now the big question is, how will Owen Bryceland respond? Again, I think it'll be in a positive manner. He's just got to keep putting himself in these opportunities, and you know his darts will come. Such a talent. Remember the 9 dart man? Mitchell Laurie hit one on the Advanced Tour. Owen Bryceland at 12 has hit one this year in a competitive match. Recently, in fact. Lewis Cook hit one in practice last week on the ADC Championship Tour. In practice, but again, it's the first time he's done it. Brilliant 2 treble visit. 81 after 9 darts. We said we'd get a positive response. This time he's going to have more darts if required at the double. But you get the feeling he's not going to mess about this time. And I'm raising the hands there from Bryceland, who does get off the mark. It's only a soul breaker throw down. Back-to-back European champion Lewis Cook. When you look at the 300 players that were playing on the ADC South Championship Tour, to come out on top on one of the 4 events last weekend down in Bradmore Farm in Aylesbury, for such a young man, wise head on his shoulders, supreme talent, 7th on the order of merit on that table, moving up the JPL table with his win against Lex Passhauser last night. Of course, the unbeaten Owen Bryceland in that joint top with fellow Scot Mitchell Lorry, both with 2 wins and 2 draws. Both of them just above Archie Self on leg difference. But again, what a response it's been. 84 required, but will Lewis Cook get a look at this? He's in that kind of form, isn't he? Unlucky. So from 2-0 down in the blink of an eye, he wants 14 for bullseye. And again, how's Lewis Cook's timing? Is that in the 3? Judging by his delay, it looks like it could be. So again, it's hardly had to be majestical from Lewis Cook, but that was an opportunity for breathing space once again, and it's opened the door for Bryceland. He's got to attack it more. Attacked it too much. 2 darts previous were hardly handy guides. And Lewis Cook does regain a 2-leg advantage. Sometimes with so much to play for, missed doubles can be costly and also affect the averages. But as me and Chris Mason discussed last night, averages are not put on trophies, are they? Cook goes for his 2nd win of the campaign. Fourth in the table versus Owen, who's 10th. He'll move above Turgle. He'll move above Archie Self. Above Christian Ennis. Lewis is 3 points behind Jaden Walker. Jaden, who reached the last 16. So if he was to win and last 16 points, so that'll be level on points with Jaden. $17 holder throw from Owen. And this is a gripping final. We're waiting for the high octane 180s and the big checkouts. I feel it's just around the corner. Both very capable of doing it at the same time. Players yet to meet in the Junior Power League. A gripping final. 90 after 9 darts. This is Bryceland at his best. Another pop of the bullseye. This time it counts. And from 3-1 to 3-all and a 12 dart. Break of throw. Both halfway to victory. And I feel if you're Lewis Cook to be, even though you've led 3-1, I think you've got to snap your hands off if you're Lewis Cook at this stage. Yes, he's took advantage, and yes, he's been on the premises to do that. But you feel that he's 3-all and yet to click into gear. But Bryceland is moving through the gears. So it's going to be a fascinating second half of the contest. Event 14. Both have similar positive celebrationary reactions with a head bob, whether it be with an important 2 or 3 treble visit or a winning double. They wear the heart on the sleeve, but it's a controlled, measured celebration when it does. To take the lead for the first time. And there's the head bob. 3-1 down, 4-3 up in a matter of moments. Is the winner waiting to happen? About to get over the winning line. We said how much of a win machine Lewis Cook has been recently. That's evident in his form, isn't it? He just doesn't look flustered whether he's in front or behind. A bit like Mitchell Laurie at times when we've seen him behind on the pitch count. He just believes in his arm and believes in his form that it'll come good. There's no panic, is there? And a brilliant response. 12 darts in and on a finish. Opponent way back. There it is, a 13 dart, hold a throw. It's a best of 3 from here. You feel it's possibly going to take a 4 visit Winning leg for Lewis Cook to break the own Bryceland resolve because he's playing too well at the minute. To allow a 6th visit winning leg. Of course, just like the start of the match, there could be nerves for both players as they hit the winning line. What a response from Lewis Cook. Does the Rob cross on Luke Littler with a 1.62. Three of the best treble 18 hitters since Dennis the Menace Priestley. As we mentioned, Owen Bryceland 5-4 up. And from 3-1 down, we said we'd get, or from 2-0 down, we said we'd get a positive response. And now we're getting the response from Lewis Cook. Are we going to the last leg decider in the final? A fascinating conclusion to what's been an absolutely outstanding day of action here in Bristol. And remember, more to come, 11 AM in the morning for events 15 and 16. It's been non-stop, has it? Loved every minute of it. And this thrilling conclusion to event 14. Has Lewis blinked first? 17 for tops for a ton-topping title-winning display. And there it is, a brilliant 117 checkout. A 6-4 victory for the winner waiting to happen. Well, it has happened. Owen Bryceland, the 12-year-old wonder kid, strikes. And it's his first advanced tour of what is surely many more to come. Lewis Cook, back-to-back runner-up. You're a champion and a European back-to-back champion. Congratulations to Lewis, but it's Owen Bryceland who wins event 14. I've been Carl Redden, folks. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the day, and we look forward to tomorrow. Remember, 11 o'clock. Subscribe, get them alarms set. We've got more gripping action here in Bristol. Events 15 and 16. Have a great evening. I'll see you real soon.